Excuse me, I forgot something. That's better. Alrighty then. Di, do you remember what happened last week? You're right, we found Sean. It's going to be the same as last week. Andy's going to have to help us with is going to be the one with the answer key today. Alright. We also found somebody else. Eustace Winter. April 6th. 2:52 p.m. Big building, empty lot. Could you maybe calm down a little? Calm down? No way, Jose. Not until y'all come clean. It's for your own good, dang it. Our intrepid reporter refused to give up, even in the face of repeated stonewalling from the crew. Look, you ladies need to stop harassing these people. I'll ask you to... You cops sure got a lot of nerve. Y'all are the ones who let Taurosaurus run wild. Catch up. We also found out that there was somebody else involved in Sean's kidnapping. And we found out that Kay's Yatagarasu pin was bugged by somebody. And Tabby Lloyd intercepted the transmission. These two are looking for Taurosaurus that really does not exist. Hoping to hide the fact that they bred this menace themselves, the staff clings desperately to their story. Look, we're really not breeding anything. This is a movie set. Says the gal who told me she done seen Gordy with her own dang eyes. Sure, I saw something, but that doesn't mean we're keeping monsters here. Alright, break it up. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. And Sean. I noticed you misspelled Sean's name. Y'all are on the trail of this here monster infestation too, huh? You were close. They actually spell it with a U, not a W. No. We're on the trail of a criminal. Lang Z says, the darkness of a criminal's heart can sometimes be compared to a monster. I swear to God, Lang makes these things up. That is to say, a killer is no different from a monster, really. And you're lying. This is highly irregular, sir. We can't allow members of the public into the crime scene. These people are important witnesses. I need them to be here. Well, Agent Lang, here we are. Where do you intend to begin? Let's start by summing up the facts. President Wang's body was discovered here this morning. He hasn't been seen since the night before last. Yes, he slipped off without his bodyguards noticing, if I remember correctly. So he was missing for over a day. The last person to see him alive was you, Judge Gavelle, on the roof of the big building. Why did the two of you arrange to meet? I'm sorry, but I can't say. Are you going to defend yourself from an accusation of murder? Why? Why can't you just tell us? Please, Judge Gavelle, we're trying to help you.
Not so fast!
Ah, he can't stay because she's only incriminating herself more. I know you had something to do with the president's murder. I'm going to prove it.
Objection!
You said yourself that the body was only found this morning. How do you explain the time that passed between Judge Gavelle's meeting with the president and then?
Not so fast!
That's exactly what I'm hoping we're about to find out. I'm particularly interested in what happened last night. So why don't you tell us exactly how it all went down? John Ben. Hey. We know you were here on the set last night. You? You were, Sean? We have testimony from the women over there and the forensic evidence from the footprints that proves it. You came back to run your lines, right? What? You were spying on me? I'm sorry. I was just making sure you were okay. It was late. I was worried about you. How many times do I have to tell you? I don't need you to worry about me. John! It's no way to talk to an adult. She was trying to look out for you. Apologize this instant. I've told you before. I won't have you speaking to people that way. Wow. This is a whole new Judge Gavelle. It seems she's just as strict with her son as she is with those who break the law. Are you listening to me? I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. You must. And I want you to remember that, all right? I wish I could have known what she said.
Not so fast!
Then we get on with the investigation now. Oh, of course. Forgive me. I don't think I've ever seen her so passionate about anything. I guess Judge Gavelle, the mother, will take a little getting used to. We don't understand that you're accusing Sean of being involved somehow, Agent Lang. I just want the truth. I need to know why the president was killed. And by who. I don't care what it takes. I'm gonna find out. I guess it makes sense for him to be so determined. The president was particularly family to him. Alright, Sean. Perhaps you could tell us what happened last night. Fine by me. I've got nothing to hide. About last night. I had a bad day yesterday. Messed up a couple of takes. We were scheduled to shoot the same scene again today. So I thought I'd put in some extra practice. That's what I did. It's that simple. It's not like I haven't done it before. It was fine. Nothing happened. You've been rehearsing late at night again? But when I called you yesterday evening, Sean, you said you were at the hotel. You called him? Around what time? Must have been around 11 p.m. or thereabout. It's one of our rules. When Sean stays away from home, we have to speak every night. Yeah, well, I wasn't at the hotel. I was here on the set. Hey, Phoenix. So you lied to me? Ooh, now she's mad. I think it's kind of amazing how hard he wants to work on his acting, though. Nonetheless, the parent can't help but worry. Her child alone late at night, anything could happen to him. And indeed it did. He got himself entangled in this case. But he said nothing happened, right? He did. Although I can't help but wonder if he was telling the truth.
Hold it!
Bad day. Could you elaborate a little? What? I have to spell it out for you? It was just bad, okay? Di, do you want Ruby to come in here and see this kid? Huh. What do you think? Did he drink too much milk, maybe? How do you... I mean, no. Nothing like that. So it might be more accurate to say that his stomach had a bad day. Huh. I thought milk was supposed to be good for your digestion. Shut up! We're done talking about that. The point is, I messed up those takes.
Hold it!
So, you wanted to rehearse your lines in preparation for the reshoot? Yeah. I caused enough trouble for everybody messing things up the first time around. I wasn't about to do that again. I'm a pro. One can only admire his dedication and a sense of responsibility to his co-workers. Sean takes his work so seriously. He's a real inspiration to everyone. Even the takes he said he messed up, it wasn't like there was actually a problem. He just wanted to make them as good as they could. He always says that even a tiny bit better is... Shut up! Why do you always have to say stuff people don't need to hear? Oh, sorry, Sean. Good. He could maybe work on his people skills a little more. Anyways, as I was saying... Sean, about what you just said, how many times have I made you promise? If you're going to rehearse on your own, you have to tell me. I know. Well, that little outburst rather stole my thunder. Let me ask again about what you just said. I think it's pretty cool though, Sean. What? More interruptions? It's all the hours of practice that makes you the best you can be, little by little by little. I'm the same. I went for small-time thief to average thief, and before I knew it, greatness beckoned. But now that I finally made it, I'm not about to stop doing my best, and neither should you. May I continue? Now, Sean, do you often rehearse alone? Finally, I got my question out without being interrupted.
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Where's my John Cena face? What do you mean? Of course I'm sure. It was just a regular evening, nothing out of the ordinary. Huh? A regular evening? How can you say that? Somebody was... Okay, he's just a child. You mustn't be too hard on him. Nothing happened. Really? Nothing to do with the case anyways, at least that's what it sounds like he wants us to believe. But wait, don't we have some evidence related to what happened last night? We do. We also don't have time to be humoring the lies of a child. Let's use what we have to point out the contradiction in his testimony. Alright. You can try to figure out what statement it is. I'll wait for Andy to let you know if you got it right. You pressed all the statements. Well, he did practice, and we do have video clips showing that he practiced during the night. So, I don't think this is a contradiction. That I can be sure of. Well, we don't have anything to contradict this one. Maybe there was a shoot that was supposed to happen today. This might be the correct one, but we'll figure out from Andy. Because I doubt the first one's going to be it. This sounds like the most reasonable one. Well, we can only present one, so there's two correct evidence that he has to pick one or the other. He wants to know if it's on page 1. really doesn't help her very much. That doesn't help her very much. So he says there's one piece of evidence on page 1 that could help you. This photo? Yeah, this photo's not gonna help us. Yeah, that's on page 1. You want to see page 2 and 3 as well? He says monster footprint.
Objection!
Nothing happened? I'm sorry, but you're lying. This proves it beyond a doubt. Wait. That's... How did you... That's right. The rehearsal tape. So the rehearsal tape is actually the biggest one that you could have used, okay? You remember the tape, right? What? You had video footage from last night? We do. And if you watch it, you'll see that it was no ordinary evening. There's a footprint there already? There is. And I'm not sure that's an everyday sight, even on a film set. Son, why would you keep this from me? No reason.
Not so fast!
Liar! That stuff might work on your mommy child, but it's not going to work on me. Why did you hide the tape? Sean, you have to tell us. You? Look. I just didn't want anybody to see me rehearsing, okay? I don't like it. You don't like it, why record it? So, you were embarrassed? Is that it? Yeah. What's so weird about that?
Not so fast!
That's why you didn't hand over vital evidence. Sean, how could you? Give me a break! You know about it now, don't you? Sure, the footprint was there, but I just ran my lines and went home. That was it. Why ain't nothing about that giant monster footprint struck you as weird? It's a giant monster footprint! On the set of a giant monster movie. It's not like there isn't all kinds of other weird stuff around here. I don't buy it for a second. Chief, there's something hinky about this, kid. Sure as I'm standing right here. Dang Skippy there is. He's hiding a scoop under their horns, or my name ain't Lotta Heart. Wait until they find out exactly what those footprints are. Ah, shut up, both of you. I'm done talking.
Objection!
No, you're not. What? The footprints isn't the only strange thing about last night. What other unusual occurrence happened yesterday evening? He wants to know if it's on page 2. Here's the evidence on page 2. Yeah, what other unusual occurrence happened yesterday evening? Alright, which one do you think it is?
Take that!
The model of the Torosaurus head fell from the roof of the trailer last night. Did you expect us to believe that you knew nothing about that? Di, what do you see in the background? Specifically above Edgeworth's head. Yeah, you're correct. I don't know what you're talking about. Is that so? I told you, I ran my lines and went home. That was it. What do I know about some stupid falling head? Or are you saying you can prove I know something? Sadly, not. It's entirely possible that the head fell after Sean left. No proof, huh? Then this conversation is over. Something tells me he doesn't want to talk about last night anymore than it's absolutely necessary. What is he hiding?
Not so fast!
Hold it right there! What is it, Agent Lang? Just as I thought. Thanks, Mr. Prosecutor. This footage of yours backs up my theory nicely. What? There was something else on that tape? Yep, look close. See the costume up in the top left? Oh yeah, the Torosaurus suit. It's open. Something different, don't you see it? I'm not sure. He's just kind of hanging out and looking like a stag. Well, wait until you unzip it. Oh, and the zipper on his back is done up tight. Zipper? Huh? That? Yeah. I guess you all see it now, right? On the tape, the zipper is wide open. Why? Because somebody's inside that suit, that's why. What? Mr. Powers, the zipper. What can you tell us about it? Oh, so we always pulled it off tight when the suit isn't in you. That's right, Mr. Prosecutor. And do you remember something else I said not so long ago? Let me refresh your memory. What if your friend Gavel pushed the president off the big building the night before last, and then came down here to the movie set and hid the body somewhere? Here? Or where? There's all kinds of stuff down here, costumes, equipment. You can hide it anywhere. And then come back a day later, last night, in other words, and take it out again. You're saying the body could have been hidden in the Torosaurus suit? That's exactly what I'm saying. Isn't that right, Gavel? You pushed the president off the roof just like I said. Then you hid his body inside that costume. I most certainly did not.
Not so fast!
Protest all you like. I'm not going to believe you. You're the only person who could have done this.
Objection!
I thought we already proved that would have been impossible. The movie set was locked at the time. There's no way Judge Gavel could have been able to get in there.
Not so fast!
What if she had an accomplice? What? I've got a little theory for you. I think you're going to like it. Mother and child murderers. What if Sean was waiting down here when Gavel pushed the president off the roof? If the two of them were working together, the problem with the lock goes away. They then work to hide the body together too, by dragging it over to the Torosaurus suit and stuff it inside. Think the murder was really that carefully planned? Was the assassination of a world leader? It could only have been carefully planned.
Overruled!
To suggest that Sean could have been involved in this, it's unthinkable.
Not so fast!
You're my prime suspect. What makes you think I'm going to listen to a word you say? What about motive? What reason would either of them have to kill President Wang? Who knows? But we'll find out soon enough. She was the last one to meet with him. She won't tell us why. Pretty darn suspicious. Even you have to agree with that. Judge Gavel, I don't suppose I can convince you to share any more details? My apologies, but that is the one thing I cannot do. However, rest assured, should that even change, you will be the first to know. So please, you have to believe me? Yeah, murderers have a habit of saying that. What about you, kid? Any weak excuse to offer? If so, now's the time to get them off your chest. Ha! Got nothing to say to you. I'm innocent. Both as tight-lipped as ever, huh? But let me guess. You're still going to try and stick up for them? It's true. Judge Gavel's actions certainly makes her seem suspicious. But nothing she has told us amounts to a motive for murder, or even the suggestion of one. No. And like I said, I'm leaving motive aside for now. For the moment, I'm focusing on means and opportunity. And for my money, these two had to be working together for their little plot to succeed.
Hold it!
You're seriously suggesting that a child could have been an accomplice in this murder? Look at him. He's still in elementary school. There's no way a kid that young could be involved in something like this. I think I mentioned that he's in junior high, right?
Not so fast!
Lang Z says, pity no wolf, be he cub or grizzled elder. Let me that one out. It doesn't matter how young he is. If he's guilty, he's guilty. And he'll be treated as such. Wow. Wolf Cubs have it hard, huh? I'm surprised at you, Mr. Prosecutor. You're saying he deserves mercy just because of his age? Of course not. I'm saying that there's no way he did this. I'm going to prove it to you. I'll look forward to it, but be warned. I'm only just getting warmed up.
Hold it!
Goes away how exactly? You might try this, but you and I both know exactly how. Let me make it nice and simple for you. First, he pushes the prisoner off the roof. Pushes? Okay. Then the kid opens the combination lock, because he knows the code. Yep. Kid opens code. Knows lock. Gotcha. Okay, the other way around. And that's it. It's that simple. No more lock to worry about. And no more objections about her not being able to get in because she didn't know the code. That would explain why the problem with the lock is true. Thank you for your clear and incisive explanation, Lang. Please continue. I will, and hopefully this next part will shut you up for good.
Hold it!
But if the two of them were working together, why would they need to hide the body for a full day?
Not so fast!
Well, look at the situation right in front of you. Thanks to that little roast, we're still puzzling over what they were up to even now. But if you'll let me speak, I can clear up this whole mess once and for all. Ready? Go! So I was saying, they worked together to hide the body.
Hold it!
The video footage doesn't show the inside of the suit. You can't say for certain that there was a body in there at the time, can you? Maybe not, but we can take a look right now. Let's open it up and see what's inside. I'll put money on us finding proof that it was there. Do you mind if we examine the suit, Mr. Powers? Oh, not at all. Might be a little bright though. Gets pretty sweaty in there. Huh. It's filthy. Yeah, that's weird. Always clean it out pretty good. If you don't, it can get kind of moldy.
Not so fast!
In other words, what we're looking at is proof that somebody other than you used the costume. That dirt in there must have come from the body. I guess the president was lying right in the middle of the footprint. He probably would have gotten pretty dirty. Exactly. Well, everybody happy? I'll be one for wiser. There shouldn't be that much dirt in the suit, even if the body was inside. The inside of the suit is covered with dirt. It must be from when the body was hidden there.
Hold it!
If the dirt is from when the body was hidden inside the suit, we're assuming that it came directly from the body, correct? Ha! What are you even talking about? Of course we are. Where else would it have come from? It really is pretty filthy in there, huh? The dirt got everywhere. Especially around the parts where the chest would have been. The chest? I think that might be an important clue. His theory hangs together pretty well, I have to say. It's certainly the case that they could have carried out the murder if they were working together. I don't think we stand to gain much by disputing that. But what do we do instead? We listen carefully to his testimony once more, and see if we can tease out anything of value. Alright, Di, which one? You say last one. And we will wait on Andy's answer. I have a feeling it's going to be the last one. That was the new statement that unlocked. He wants to know if he's got the right statement. Alright, Di, you can pick your evidence. Looks like it's going to be on page 1.
Objection!
So our assumption is that the inside of the suit is dirty because the dirt came from the body? Would it be safe to say that's the case? Why? Is there a problem? The part of the suit directly in front of the opening is particularly dirty. Yeah, it really is. But look at the victim. The area of his body that would have been in contact with the part of the suit isn't dirty at all. If the victim had been crammed in there, as you suggested, his chest would surely be covered in dirt. Gah! Fine. So what's your explanation? How did all the dirt get inside there? Based on the videotape, that there may well have been somebody in that suit at the time. So who was it if it wasn't the president? Come on, Kate, think. Where was it? Is something the matter, Kay? I've seen dirt like that somewhere else. I'm sure of it. I just can't think where. Dirt with weird little gray bits in it. He's right. There was something mixed in there. More like concrete. It was stuck to something else we looked at. Lots of it. Stuck to something we looked at. An item of evidence, maybe? It's probably worth checking. Does one of the items we found have a similar kind of dirt stuck to it? You know the answer to this one, Di. I'll give you a clue. It's not going to be footprints, so this is going to be your clue. Does that help out? This is your clue. Page 3. Nothing's gonna, you can't choose anything on page 3. These won't help you at all. But there's something on page 2 that'll help you. Remember, this is your hint.
Take that!
As Kay pointed out, the dirt in the suit contains small flakes of something gray. Oh, and we discovered similar flakes stuck to an item belonging to somebody we recently had dealings with. The item in question being these gloves. You're right. The dirt does look similar. But so what? What are you saying this stuff is? What exactly are these gray flakes of yours? I believe the gray flakes are... I think I said it earlier, didn't I? Surely they're flakes of concrete? Oh, like all the little broken up bits around the footprints, you mean? Exactly. And who did the glove on which we found similar dirt gray flakes belong to? Chairman Winter! We found them in his garage. That's right. We visited the garage at his home earlier today. We found a pair of mechanics gloves covered in dirt. If I recall correctly, a sledgehammer and a shovel too. What do you think he did, Di? Very simple what he did. What did he use the sledgehammer for? Use the sledgehammer to break the concrete. And use the shovel to dig the dirt. Simple, right? And then what do we get? Those footprints. Why would a pair of mechanics gloves be covered in dirt? I'll tell you why. Because somebody wore them while they were using that hammer and shovel. They smashed through the concrete to the dirt below, staining the gloves with both substance. Wait, so you're saying, yes, that we finally know what those footprints really are. It seems likely, highly likely, that they were dug by Chairman Winter.
Knock him back!
Highly likely? Ha! If that's so, then tell me this. Why the heck did he make them? What purpose could they possibly serve? Why indeed. I imagine he must have been... it's going to be the other way around. He's going to be digging something up. And there'll be conclusive evidence to lead us to that. I think he must have been digging something up. I imagine events unfolded somewhat like this. There was something on this lot that he needed to unearth. In order to do so, he cut the chain on the side entrance and gained access from there. He then used the sledgehammer and shovel to dig these 3 footprints. When he found what he was looking for, he bagged it up and filled in all the holes. Ah, but then Sean must have showed up, right? I think he did, yes. Chairman Winter would have had to find a hiding place, and the Torosaurus suit provided just that. Gah! You got all that from a pair of dirty gloves? It's good. But it's all just speculation. Very good speculation if you if you want to be truthful about it. We don't have any proof that he was inside that suit. He could have dug those holes and gotten out of here before the kid even showed up.
Objection!
But he didn't. And there's proof of that right there in the footage. It shows that Chairman Winter was still present when this recording was made. What? It's a shame that Agent Link didn't notice it himself. But if we compare the situation as we see it now to the situation that appears on Sean's rehearsal tape, and compared that in turn to what we saw in Chairman Winter's garage, it soon becomes clear that the chairman was present. What part of this image shows us that Chairman Winter was still here? Bag? I think that's part of the set. In fact, I am almost certain that it's part of the set. But there's something in here that does prove that he's in here. It's probably pretty easy to find out though. I want to say it's up here. You see that, right? You see that die? You know what that is, right? You know what this is, right? Zipper. Now asking if I'm correct. He should be reading chat. You can type it in chat. Just type out Andy. Is it the zipper? She typed it out. The Torosaurus suit, it's got a zipper on the back of it. That should be it. What do you mean? This is a bag that's on the set.
Take
I don't
that!
think so. Okay. Maybe it is the bag. I thought that was part of the set. Look at the bag next to the Torosaurus suit. We saw the same bag in Chairman Winter's garage. The same bag, the dirt on the gloves, that has to indicate a connection, surely. Mechanic gloves updated. Mechanic gloves data updated in my organizer. I think that pretty much seals it. It was Excelsius Winter in that suit. And if he was in there, the president's body can't have back. Oh yeah! Good. It seems I've convinced Agent Lang of the flaws in his theory. Somebody get to Chairman Winter's house. Somebody get to Chairman Winter's house right away. We need to know what's in that bag. Yes, sir. Y'all done lost your minds? I can't believe what I'm hearing here. What is this hogschwill? This is all we need. Them right there is Torosaurus footprints, dang it. Well, we just discovered that they're not. Ain't no hole dug by no old man. I think I've demonstrated more than adequately that that's exactly what they are. Don't matter to me none what you just done did. I don't believe it, and that's that. I done told ya. I seen that big, bad bull with my own 2 eyes. That giant eye peering into the window, I thought we'd gotten... Oh, that giant eye peering in the window? I thought we have gotten past that nonsense. We ain't about to let that go. What kind of journalists would we be if we did, huh? Responsible one. I guess that's the whole problem. Wait. Ain't like it was just about the footprints, no how. You were seen fraternizing with one of them. They're monsters. Ain't that correct, young man? By the young lady over there, if I'm not very much mistaken. We're never going to get anywhere with these 2 around. Maybe if we could prove to them that wasn't a monster either, they might finally drop it. What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Any bright ideas? Prove that it wasn't a monster? Fine. I don't suppose there's much else for it. Let's see what we can do. What are you 2 whispering about? Y'all are hiding something, ain't ya? Admit it. Quick, Tabby. Roll tape.
Hold it!
Could I politely ask that you both calm down? The monster the boy was seen talking to? We know what it is now. Huh? That's right. John's rehearsal tape finally cleared up that particular mystery. Huh? It did. The point at which Miss Nickel thought she saw Sean was Gordy. That would have been right when he was making his rehearsal tape. I think she mistook a certain object from the legendary creature of the lake. Your so-called monster is right here in this picture. Huh? I don't see no Gordy. They ain't nothing but a dumb snapshot. You're talking to a pro here. Can't fool me with no trickery photography. What was Miss Nichols' Gordy really? Well, this one should be easy, Di. Very easy. Not the suit. Remember, the suit was hanging. This might confuse you, but you don't see it in the footage. There's a reason why you don't see it in the footage. Camera and crane, yes.
Take that!
That's right. It was a camera crane. That is what Miss Nichols saw, not Gordy. What? John's rehearsal tape was shot from a noticeably elevated viewpoint. A viewpoint that would only have been possible if the camera in question was attached to a crane. Bull! How the heck would she make a mistake like that, huh?
Objection!
Oh, indeed, Miss Nichols. Yes. You told us that you think you might need new glasses, didn't you? Yeah, my eyesight got way worse all of a sudden. I imagine that when you thought you saw Gordy, he was quite heavily shrouded in darkness. That's right. I only really saw a silhouette. But you done told us! Seemed like an enormous worm, you said. Y'all about to try and tell us your precious train up and grew skin somehow? Ain't even no flesh on them there metal bones, let alone skin. You're entirely correct, of course, about the crane, as it was in this particular picture anyways. But it did have a skin of sort last night. I knew you were a scoop hater, but this is plumb crazy. You want Tabby and me to starve? Is that it? That was not my intention at all. But I do think it's time I finally put them both out of their misery. Gordy's skin is right here in front of us. It wasn't skin at all, it was this. So what was it? Nope. Nope. This is, this, if she was looking at this, she would definitely say it's not Gordy. But, there was something that covered this whole thing and the camera that made her think it was Gordy. Do you see it? These are light. These are light. And no, that wouldn't help. There's something on the table. What is that? It's actually a plastic tarp.
Take that!
Miss Nichols told us that it seemed likely to rain last night. Yeah. That never happened in the end. But I think Sean may have covered the crane with waterproof sheeting nonetheless. And that, my intrepid young reporters, is what Miss Nichols mistook for Gordy's skin. What? Aw, heck! Well, Sean, am I mistaken? You see everything, don't you? Gotta say, you're pretty amazing. I'm sorry, Miss Hart, but Miss Nichols' monster was no such thing. It was simply a trick of the lens. And just like that, the dreams died. Again! Chief. I think that may have finally shut them up. Thought the kid was holding out on us. It seems I might have could have maybe been a little wrong. Maybe? Alright. We know what that so-called monster was now. Everybody happy? Everybody except these two. Agent Lang. The president's autopsy report is out, sir. Is it? Let me see it. Death was due to full body contusion and bone breakage caused by extreme pressure from above. So, Edgeworth's theory about the head falling on him, he was right. So, we have our cause of death. He was crushed. Just as we thought. President Wayne's autopsy report data jotted down in my organizer. Testers still haven't come back from the yellow substance found on his chest. Well, we kind of know what it is, but we have a theory on what it is. But they did find gunshot residue on his right hand. Gunshot residue? Guess he was a kid at heart, huh? Hey, he said gunshot residue. Gunshot residue, okay? It's a substance left behind when a firearm is discharged. His present indicates that the president may have used the gun. Really? But we didn't find a gun anywhere, did we? Indeed not, which makes the residue something of a riddle. We'll need to read this report carefully. Well, Agent Lang, that clears one thing up at least. The president didn't die from a fall, which means he wasn't pushed from the roof of the big building. He was crushed by the falling Torosaurus head, just as we said he was. Guess I have to accept that now. Fine, you were right. Amazing! So, Does that mean Judge Gavelle isn't a suspect anymore either? Surely it must. But the cause and the time of death rule her out. She met with the president that night before last. The autopsy report puts the time of death at around 11 p.m. last night. We know that the Torosaurus head fell then, too. The facts line up perfectly. Phew. What a relief.
Not so fast!
Sorry. Might be a little too soon to celebrate. What? Sure. I think we can accept that the falling head must have been what killed the president. That begs the question of what could have caused it to fall. Or who. We know it happened late last night. So we have to think about who was here at the time.
Overruled!
What are you getting at exactly? You can't mean... I'm afraid I do. You did it, didn't you? Gone! The kid's hiding something. Here's right here last night, right where the body was found. He saw the footprints, and yet he wants us to believe he knows nothing about what happened. That's a big ask, surely.
Objection!
We haven't yet established that the footprints had anything to do with the murder. So, even if he did see them, that doesn't mean he was involved.
Not so fast!
Maybe not, but his face tells me different. As does the fact that he's shaking like a leaf. It does seem like Agent Lang might be onto something. I don't think Sean's going to talk. Fine, keep your mouth shut, kid. I have a better idea. Why don't we let your Kate do the talking? What exactly are you planning, Agent Lang? The police have some pretty sophisticated image analysis tools these days. You would go to such extreme lengths to see my son convicted? It's not ideal, but if the boy won't talk, we don't have any other way of getting to the truth. Detective Gumshoe, you have access to exactly such a device, do you not? Sure do. Little V. Good. Then that should make this nice and quick. Mr. Edgeworth, why do you request that it be you who carries out the analysis in question? Why me? I fear that Agent Lang might be inclined to believe the worst. Image analysis isn't exactly my specialty, but alright. Are there new clues to be discovered somewhere in the image data, I wonder? Alright. So, what we are going to be doing is we're gonna pick. Where do you want to go? Huh? There are 4 quadrants. Where do you want to go? Top left? Well, there's nothing really hiding in the top left that we can actually... Because everything's hit with light on this side, so there's nothing where we can really see that's hiding here. As for this area here, this is all hit by light. And of course, this area here is also hit by light. So if we zoom in here, what do we got here? See, even if I zoomed out and zoomed in here, you're not going to get anything. So yeah, it is very strange that it does that, which is odd. You should be able to see his arm right here, which I'm not sure why they did that.
Eureka!
What the? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Let me see. Eek! What is it? What's the matter? Show me! Mr. Edgeworth, the court asks that you share your findings. Zoom in on the top right of the image and look closely. There's a person there. It's the president! Oh my! What? You're kidding, right? Well, I'd say that's pretty decisive, wouldn't you? This doesn't look good for Sean at all. Wait! This doesn't prove anything. I didn't know he was there. I don't believe you. And the image does in fact prove something very important. That you and the president were here at the scene of the crime together. Admit it, kid. You murdered President Wang. No, that's ridiculous. Why would he? Sean, you did it. You can't have, can you? What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? It's hard to push back against footage like that. Surely even you can't deny that it looks pretty bad for the kid, Mr. Prosecutor. He claims he knew nothing about what happened, but the president's right there with him. Sean, what are you not telling us? We have to know. He's right, Sean. Be honest now. It's the only way. The truth is, it's all my fault. Sean, what did you do? It was my fault the Saurus head fell off the trailer. What happened while I was rehearsing? I went up on the roof of the trailer to prep the kit I was using. I turned on the heater while I was there. I must have left it burning when I came back down to run my line. My mom called and I left the set to go talk to her. I came back after the call. The Torosaurus head had fallen from the roof and the president was just there lying next to it. No! I did find evidence of a fire having broken up on the roof. It was just a tiny one, so I put it out myself. So we're saying the president died because of Sean? If he did, that would make this whole thing just an accident. What did you do with the head after you found it on the ground? I took it apart, carried the pieces up to the roof, and put it back together again.
Knock him back!
You're saying you put that fire out and moved the head back to where it fell from? In other words, you try to cover your tracks? You're a real piece of work, kid. It's not like I did any of this on purpose. I really did just forget to turn the heater off. Yes, and when the fire had burned through the legs of the table, would have collapsed and the head would have fallen down onto the ground below. Would have fallen down on the ground below. You're right. The fire caused the head to fall. Indeed, and I also happen to have an idea about how the fire might have started. Those cans of paint thinner by the heater are pretty flammable. It's not a great place to keep them.
Knock him back!
And you swear it was an accident? Seems a little convenient. What was the president even doing here in the first place? How the heck am I supposed to know? I didn't see anybody, I swear! I still don't believe you. Why would President Wang come to a place like this in the middle of the night? His reasons for coming here are something of a mystery, it's true. He met Judge Gravel up on the roof 2 nights ago. But he was also here on the movie set last night. Did he come to meet Sean? I think we'll need to go over the boy's statement very carefully indeed.
Hold it!
You're a fit and hearty young man, Sean. It's spring now. Surely you didn't really need to fire up the stove.
Overruled!
He is a fit and hearty young man who needs to look after himself.
Objection!
Really, Your Honor? But if he sorts to such measures even during warm weather? Seriously? You two are going to argue over something like that right now? That would be something Ruby would do, right, Di? Stop an argument between two adults. He's right, of course. You made your point, but I've told you before to watch how you talk to people. I think he was criticizing you as much as he was me, Your Honor. Yes, Mom. Anyways, where was I?
Hold it!
You left it burning? You didn't think to check before you came back down to the lot? I meant to, but I was thinking about my lines and the scene and everything else. It's not my fault I forgot. Everybody forgets stuff. We've heard Ruby say that a lot, haven't we? I sure do. So much stuff. We're not going to talk about the last episode where she forgot more than what she should. I'll leave the air conditioner on in Mr. Edgeworth's office and the lights. I forget that he told me never to jump off the ladder on his bookshelf or make prank calls. We got a bot that we gotta get rid of. But the one thing I would never ever forget to do is turn off an unattended heater. Please, Sean, go on. He's a lot, huh? Anyways, as I was saying, did you find the bot message, Andy?
Hold it!
It was the middle of the night, and the set was deserted. Why did you need to leave in order to talk to your mother? I forgot I was supposed to talk to Scott Hughes at that. Thought I didn't leave. He'd find out I was out of the hotel at night on my own. That doesn't make sense. You know that, don't you? Fine. Look, the camera was rolling and the mics were all live, okay? I didn't want our conversation on the tape where anybody could hear it. I was embarrassed about being recorded speaking on the phone to his mother. So I ditched the rehearsal and ran off set as quick as I could. You pretended to your mother that you were back at the hotel during the call, correct? How come you couldn't tell her you were coming back to the set to practice your lines? Because she'd have phoned the hotel and asked them to send a car to get me or something.
Overruled.
Of course I would have. A child your age shouldn't be out on his own late at night. Anything could have happened to you. Children really can't seem to see things from their parents' perspective, can they? It's true. It's true the other way around, too, you know. Mr. Edgeworth? Alright, John. Can you tell us what happened when you came back after speaking to your mother? Huh? Oh, sure. So I came back and...
Hold it!
Were there any signs that it was about to fall before you left? I don't remember. I was concentrating on my line. But a fire had broken out on the roof because of the heater you forgot to turn off. Did you really hear nothing the entire time? No, I had my headphones on. Why? I was playing the soundtrack to the movie to help me concentrate. And I was playing it loud. Yeah, I definitely didn't hear anything. Except for the sound of your phone ringing when Judge Gabel called you. You know the cell phones vibrate these days, right, anyway?
Hold it!
Did you notice anything unusual about the body? Oh no, it was dark. You felt it seemed even more projected than usual. I don't think he wants to go back over the memory any more than he has in the Edgeworth. I'm sure he doesn't. But is that really all it is? Can I push him a little more on this? It was dark, but you knew it was a body nonetheless. He's hiding something. I better find out what. Most people would cry out for help if they saw somebody lying on the ground. And yet, you didn't? Yeah, because what was the point? He was dead. So you said, what I'm interested in is how you were able to be so sure. Why were you certain that he was dead? He was lying on the ground and that huge head was right next to him. Didn't take much to figure out what must have happened.
Objection!
You couldn't have guessed that the impact would have killed him. How did you really know? I'll tell you how, because you checked. I'm fine, I checked, okay? I was scared, but yeah, I went up to the body, and I looked, and he wasn't breathing. So I was right. But why try to hide that fact? There must be a reason. Could you tell me how the body looked at the point? I couldn't tell if he was dead at first. There was no blood or anything, so it was hard to be sure. Nothing on his clothes either. He was completely clean. But yeah, he wasn't breathing. So that's how I knew he was dead. Thank you. I'd like you to add that statement to your testimony if you don't mind. I didn't know he was dead at first. There was no blood and nothing on his clothes either. Uh-oh. Well, that should help us, right, Di? So there was no blood or any other markings that could have told you if he was alive or dead? Would you say that my characterization of your statement is correct? No, I've read. And you saw the body too. Do you know I'm telling the truth? You also told us that the lot was dark at the time, and yet you were still able to confirm all this? What is your problem? There was nothing on his face and nothing on his clothes, okay? Ah, thank you, Sean. I think that tells us everything we need to know. Why all the focus on how clean his clothes were? Mine are freshly washed, at least. Perhaps you could give us a few details about exactly you confirmed the president was dead. Well, I couldn't tell you just from standing here. But then, I saw he wasn't breathing. That's how I knew for sure.
Hold it!
How did you confirm that he was no longer breathing? They taught us at our school. You put your cheek next to the person's mouth. If they're breathing, you can feel it. Never thought I'd actually have to do it in real life. I mean, it's good that they teach them this stuff, but yeah, it takes guts to do it for real. Not bad for an elementary school kid. Junior high. He's in junior high, Kay. Try to remember at least that much. Must have been quite a shock coming back and seeing a dead body just lying there, huh? And this was a dead body with a giant Torosaurus head right next to it. Yes, I'm pretty sure it must have been very upsetting. But it does sound like it was an accident, right? Yes, at least it does, the way Sean tells it. I'd like to know a little more about exactly how things looked around here at the time. Alright, what statement died? I think I probably gave it away. There are 8 statements to this testimony. He's pressed them all. So which piece of evidence died?
Objection!
Nothing on his clothes. Nothing at all? Yeah, nothing. Why? Is there a problem with that? There's something you're clearly hoping that we've forgotten. What are you talking about? There isn't. That's not true. Unlikely for you, we remember it rather well. I'm talking, of course, about the yellow speckles on the president's chest. So, if we look at this correctly, the Torosaurus head came crashing down on his back. Whatever he was holding that had that yellow speckled dust, he landed on him. And the Torosaurus head had rolled off the president after crashing on his back. Sean came up, turned him over, checked to see if he was still alive. That's how that worked out. You've studiously avoided mentioning them throughout your testimony. And absent, I find suspicious to say the least. I hope for your sake that you have a satisfactory explanation.
Overruled.
Judge Gavel? Allow me to explain. You, but the yellow residue on the president's chest. I imagine it was from a bouquet of flowers. Lion lilies, to be precise. Lion lilies? 2 nights ago, when I met the president on the roof of the big building, I presented him with a bouquet. They're a type of lily with large yellow petals. I imagine that the substance on the President Wang's chest was pollen from those flowers. Huh? But they're not there in the printout from the security camera. Well, they would probably be in her hands behind his back. Only because the president is in the way. But why give him flowers? That is not something I am at liberty to involve.
Not so fast!
What? More secrets? Are you serious? First you wouldn't tell us why you met with him, and now you can't even tell us about the flowers? My sincerest apologies, but all I can tell you is that I gave him the bouquet.
Objection!
A bouquet that was nowhere near the body when it was discovered? How do you explain that? I cannot. Ha! Seriously, Your Honor. Some things you won't explain, the rest you can't. Come on. You've got to give up something here. You wouldn't let this fly in the courtroom. What makes you think we'll accept it? Hey! You leave her alone. Sean. I threw the flowers away, okay? You did? So they were there when you first found the body? Yeah, they were right there on his chest. They were squished completely flat. Oh! I guess that makes sense, right? They would have gotten crushed along with the president. The pollen would have smeared across his jacket front. That does explain things rather neatly. But why remove the bouquet and dispose of it? No reason. It's almost as... He's almost as evasive as his mother. More secrets? They're quite a pair.
Overruled!
There is no secret. I know exactly why Sean disposed of the bouquet. Huh? You saw me leave the house with it, didn't you? Oh, I get it! When you saw the flowers on the president's body, You remembered seeing your mom with them. Felt the need to prevent her from coming under suspicion. No, you got it all wrong. That's his least convincing lie yet. Bouquet data jotted down in my organizer. President Wang's autopsy report data updated in my organizer. I often decorate our homes with lion lips. Imagine that's why he remembered.
Not the best!
So the flowers his mother was carrying showed up on the president's body. Because of that, he got rid of the bouquet and kept quiet about having discovered the corpse. Ha! Well, that ties everything up nicely, doesn't it? A little too nicely for my taste. Why? What's wrong with nice? I guess you forgot, huh? The kid also told us that he was responsible for the head falling on in the first place. Yeah, he did, but... So he's still our only suspect.
Objection!
The finger of suspicion still seems to be pointing firmly in Sean's direction. However... Wait. I can think of a far more likely culprit than the boy. What? Oh. The person who was holding Sean captive until only a short while ago. That's right. We had to rescue him from some warehouse refrigeration unit down by the harbor. A refrigeration unit in a depot? Yeah. Luckily it wasn't switched on. The poor kid might have frozen into a popsicle otherwise. He was doing his best to call out for help, which is how we found him. The sedatives had worn off by then, so he was wide awake and plenty loud. Sedatives? Isn't that what you were given to? Yep. We found the bottle on the floor of the unit. It was even the same brand. 3 Z's. Apparently it's super strong. Sedative data jotted down in my organizer. Well, Agent Lang, surely this suggests that Sean is a victim, not a suspect. Somebody else was responsible, and I think they've been behind all of this.
Not the best!
Oh yeah? And this secret mastermind of yours was here last night too? That I cannot yet say. Ah, not like you to be so vague, Mr. Prosecutor. Sadly, we just don't have anything to tie our mysterious kidnapper to the murder of the president. So, is there anyone else? Somebody other than Sean who could have committed the murder? Of course. So I was right. The kid is still our only suspect.
Objection!
Not quite. I can think of another. What? Somebody who we just recently proved was right here on the movie set last night. German Winter? You think he killed President Wang? Why not? We've proven that he was present. And if he was here, he's as viable as a suspect as anybody else, wouldn't you say? Winter? Could he really have? Certainly another possibility to consider. Years ago, that number again. Look, a lot happened, okay? This was all 12 years ago or more. My father and the president being friends, our family being the ones who kept him safe. Lang! Like the Lang from 12 years ago? Yep, good to see that you You're finally about to pay for your crime. Even if it did take a while for you to get what was coming to you. Agent Lang, what happened 12 years ago? It's nothing to do with you. I think it has everything to do with me. It's clearly connected to this case.
Not so fast!
You can prove that, can you? Go ahead. Show me some proof that what happened 12 years ago has anything to do with this. Proof? If you can't prove it, this conversation is over. Does any of the evidence we've collected show a link between recent events and those of 12 years ago? This one's gonna be tough. This one's gonna be a tough one. You think it's on page 3? What do you think? It's on page 3. This? The sedative? No, this sedative is not going to help us. I'll be honest with you, there's probably nothing on page 3 that's going to help you. There might be. Does any of the evidence we've collected show a link between recent events and those of 12 years ago? That's what we're looking for. No, the blue truck's not going to help us. Let's see, what we got here? Torosaurus head, Torosaurus plushie, security camera footage, Miss Hart's statement, Sean's rehearsal tape, blue truck, mechanic glove, IS-7 incident case file. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything on here that's going to be helping. So, let's see what's on page 1. Got a grassroots pin, forged letter, big building, President Wang's autopsy report, monster footprints, feature flyer, movie set lock, behind the scene photo. I can tell you that there is something on this page that's going to help you. The IS-7 incident is not going to help you because the flyer is not going to help you. Because you're looking at events that happened 12 years ago. The flyer is something that's happening now. If there's any of them that you want details on, let me know. Thanks so much for agreeing to help with my plan. Now we can both get what we want. Good luck getting your revenge from what happened 12 years ago.
Take that!
This letter was sent to Rosie Ringer, the victim of the murder that happened the night before last. We don't know who sent it, but it does say this. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. What? But... And that's not all. Take a look at this. It's a report about Bronco Knight written by Warden Lagarde. It was addressed to Chairman Winter. This last part in particular should be of interest to you. That we could have used. I didn't realize it was in there. Retrieved the package we laid to rest 12 years ago in front of the planter. Something strange is going on, Agent Lang. Miss Ringer was murdered the night before last, and President Wang not long afterwards. There's a connection between the two murders. There has to be. And I believe we can trace that connection to events 12 years in the past. Am I wrong? These are old wounds you're opening here. Insult to my family name. Please, Agent Lang. We need to know. Who on earth was that? Diffu! Huh? What are you all doing here? We've come to find you, sir. We heard you were looking into the incident from 12 years ago. Idiots! I'm not your boss anymore. Get back to your duties right now. We can't do that. What? You're disobeying a direct order? Please, sir. I'm begging you. We all are. You have to reopen the investigation into the SS5 incident. We know you can't let it go until you figure out what happened. We can't either. Well, Agent Lang, seems your former underlings want the events of the past explained too. Think it's that easy? That you can solve the case just like that? Like we can. Together. Ah! Well, alright then. Offer accepted. Yes! Shifu! 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 Nice! And I guess it's my turn to step up. Sorry, Kay? You're looking into a case in the past, right? I just happen to have something that'll help with that. Ah, you mean Mr. Thief? Sure do. If you can give me the details of the incident, I can rustle up a little simulation for you. Sadly, we don't have the files relating to the case. Huh? How come? Access to these files restricted. They're top secret. Really? Why? Beats me. Somebody must have something to hide. Even I've never seen them. Everything I know, I read newspaper articles from the time. That's fine. Just tell us what you can. Alright. That's 5 in. Happened on a winter's day 12 years ago. February 10th, to be precise. Your police received a call directly from the kidnapper. I've got the president of Zing-5. He was kidnapped? Yeah, SS5 is the official designation of the president's kidnapping case. The kidnapper wanted $100 million. 100 million? How much money even is that? More than you can imagine. Last person to see the president at night was my father. They were together at the embassy in Zing-5 until midnight on the 10th. Nobody knows what happened to the president after that until he was kidnapped. Our government did everything they could to scrap together the money. They were desperate to save him. In the end, it succeeded. Money was handed over and the president came home safely. So President Wang was head honcho? Even back then? Wow, go Mr. President. Length of time he stayed in power isn't even close to the most impressive thing about him. Agent Lang was clearly very fond of President Wang. I assume the kidnapping was thoroughly investigated? It was. The investigation was top secret, as was the trial. Trial? So, a suspect was arrested? Yeah, not other than our friend Fifi Lagarde. What? Why you visited the prison? It is. I was put on what you might have called extended leave from Interpol. So I thought I'd use that time to look into what happened 12 years back. I wanted to see who I was dealing with. She was found not guilty then, wasn't she? Yeah. My father was in charge of the president's security at the time, but they held him responsible for the kidnapping, stripped him of his duties as presidential bodyguard. He stayed on the force though, worked the case alone, until eventually he found a suspect. Lagarde. And if he thought she did it, no way she was innocent. But they declared her not guilty. The case went cold. My father couldn't take it. He was broken, mentally and physically. Finally, he quit the force altogether. So he had solid grounds to suspect Warden Lagarde. He must have had evidence. He wouldn't have charged her otherwise. But I've never been able to see the materials from the case. Sorry. That's all I know. What do you do, Mr. Edgeworth? This is useful information, but I don't think it's enough for Little Thief to recreate the scene. There's really nothing we can do? You look like you could use a hand. Who's that now? Francisco! And Mr. Fender! We finally wrapped things up at the courthouse, so we thought we'd see what you kids were up to. Here. What's this? It says SS5 Incident Investigation Report. SS5 Incident Case File Data jotted down in my organizer. Okay, so when Fifi Lagarde mentioned an incident from 12 years ago earlier, I couldn't help but wonder. Alright, let's take a look at this case file before we actually pursue. Okay? Occurred on February 10th, 12 years ago. Well, they're going to do this because they don't want to reveal a year. But if you think about what year this is 2027. Oh no, wait. Scratch that. Because 2025 would be when Apollo Justice starts. So let's go back 7 years. Okay, so we're going to go back 2018, and then we'll just go back 12 years. So, "12 years ago would put us right back to 2006 from 2018. So that's how you figure out when that occurred. How old were you in 2006, Di? Probably were in kindergarten by then, weren't you? I should know this. Yes, you're right. President of St. Paul was kidnapped and ransomed for $100 million. President's at embassy until midnight. Confirmed by DeLong Lang, which is Shilong Lang's father. Prosecutor in charge, Excelsior winner. Suspect, Fifi Lagarde. So, Excelsior winner was prosecuting this case. So I decided to look into it. This was what Interpol provided. Nice work, Francisco. Don't get the wrong idea, my old Edgeworth. You're no longer a prosecutor. I didn't do this for you. I did it so that a colleague could solve his father's final case. I owe you this, but everything related to the SS5 incident was supposed to be top secret. Yes, but the classification was applied by the prosecutor in charge of the case, Excelsior winner. He was the prosecutor in charge? Him again. Don't worry. Due to the outcome of this morning's case, he's been stripped of his authority. Outcome that was in no small part thanks to the effort of his own son. So in defending his father, he made the old case files available to us. Sounds like we owe him. Prosecutor Eustace Winter is busy wrapping things up after the conclusion of the Lagarde trial. But he asked me to give you a message. Leave Dad and Lagarde to me. You focus on your own case over there. He's even starting to sound like a prosecutor. Indeed he is. Alright! Now that we have the case file, I can recreate the scene no problem. Excellent. Let's get started. According to the file, the incident occurred exactly where the plaza is now. Then, what are we waiting for? With me, everybody. April 6th, 3:25 p.m. Big building, plaza. Alright, Kate. You can set Mr. Thief in motion. Sure. Looks like there's more than enough here to work with. Where do you want to start? Good question. Let's see. Seems there was an eyewitness. A freelance journalist by the name of Alf Eldown. But apparently, he was killed by the culprit for witnessing the kidnapping. So this is where he saw it all happen, huh? Here, as in the big building? No, construction of the big building only began a year ago. Before that, it had been a piece of abandoned property. Before that, now we're getting to the stuff I know. 12 years ago, this place would have been the happy family home. the other two buildings decommission. Like for retired people? No, it was a place for children without parents. A children's home. An orphanage, in other words. The president was kidnapped from an orphanage? Yeah, the place was run by Fifi Lagarde. She called it her happy little home. As the proprietor of the institution, I suppose it is understandable that she came under suspicion. President Wang, Celsius Winter, Warden Lagarde. Surely the SS5 incident must have been related to our current case. Okay, did you enter the data related to the murder of Mr. Aldon? It seems sensible to assume that he was killed by whoever kidnapped the president. So, if we solve the murder, we solve the kidnapping? Nice. Alright, we're counting on you. What the heck is this? When did I grow to become a blase towards people's reaction to Mr. Thief? What we're seeing here is the front yard of the orphanage as it was 12 years ago. At least as far as the police reports described it. Yeah, this is how it looked when they started investigating at 7 a.m. the morning after the murder. It seems it had been snowing. Yeah, from what I heard, the footprints wound up being pretty important evidence. The snow fell in the daytime the previous day. In other words, before the incident occurred. Meaning that none of the relative footprints would have been obscured by new snow. I think we'll need to pay these footprints some special attention. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I can't believe there used to be an orphanage right here in this spot. And that Warden Lagarde was in charge! And that the SS5 incident took place there 12 years ago. Yeah, they kidnapped the president thing far. That's crazy. They killed Mr. Aldon, the only witness that we know of anyway. Then kept all the details secret for all those years. The more I think about that, the more you smell something fishy going on. Yeah, me too. What's even weirder is the people involved. I think we know all of them, don't we? Guard, Winter, President Wang. When I think back over all the cases we've been involved with recently, it's true. I can't help but think they're all connected. Then we have to dig into this latest mystery and snatch the treasure of truth from inside of it. I'll keep updating the situation as we find new stuff. Just be sure to look over everything super carefully, okay? So we're calling on Mr. Thief's house once again. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. It's Little Thief. And no matter how useful Little Thief is, if the information we plug in is wrong, the simulation will be wrong too. If you spot anything that doesn't make sense, try comparing it to the evidence we've collected. And we can examine and interact with everything in the simulation as if it were really there, correct? Right. Just walk up to it and do what you usually do. Also, we don't have enough to go on right now, but if you can gather enough intel, I can even create a simulation of a different span of time. Alright, I'm counting on you should the time come. My howdy, is this ever a scoop? Whole world's gone green! Must be an outbreak, something. I'm seeing green trees, green people, green clothes, everything. Hey, must be real sick if even their clothes green. Looks like we wind up slap bang in the middle of the right dang place at the right dang time. Sure did, Chief. I don't think we're going to get a word in edgewise, Mr. Edgeworth. I don't think we want to. How dare you, Scruffy! Don't you dare tell anybody. I'll just deny it anyway. Mr. Edgeworth, you've got to help me out here, sir. What's the matter, Detective? It's about the SS5 incident. What else? I know Chairman Winter isn't in charge anymore and all, but a top secret file being available to us so quickly after his removal, something seems off. So that got me to thinking, and I put in a call, and they told me that, that Ms. Montgomery went to some pretty extreme lengths to get the file released. Curse you, Scruffy! I deny everything! Eek! Sounds like you went through a lot of trouble for our sake, Franziska. I love talking to these. Don't worry, your efforts won't be for nothing. I'll solve this case, you'll see. These footprints go towards the body and come back. According to the case file, they're thought to be the killers. They're about a size 9. Pretty sure, pretty average in other words. It seems the police weren't able to track down who the murderer was from them, though. This looks like a snowman, but it's mostly melted. Well, it's no wonder he's all blushy. He's wearing a hat and a scarf. He must have been all roasty toasty. Aw, and look at how cute his button eyes. His little button eye just lying there. He probably would have froze back up again at dawn, you know. That's when it that's when it's usually coldest. I don't think that would have helped much, Mr. Edgeworth. If a melted snowman froze again, it wouldn't turn back into a snowman. It would turn into an iceman. What? Is what I bet you wanted me to say, isn't it? Well, too bad. These footprints stopped by the body. I guess that means they belong to Mr. Aldone, right? His feet were pretty big. What's that? About a size 12? Were they really a size 12? According to the file, they were the same size as his shoes. It's a match. Were they? Covered. No. Is anything the matter, Agent Lang? Yeah, something not right. Wasn't able to look at the case file until now. Indeed, you have Chairman Winter to thank for that. See? Yeah, what's weird is, I've seen this scene. What? Where? I keep thinking that I've got it. But then, it's gone. Appears to be lost in his efforts to remember. Perhaps I should leave him alone for now. SS5 and I guess he felt his trust had been betrayed. I can understand that. But to cut ties with my family completely? After how close we'd been for all those years, my father was desperate to make amends, to get just one chance to say sorry. But no matter how many times he tried to get an audience with the president, he couldn't. He couldn't even convince them to take a letter to him. One time he came home covered in bruises. Who knows where? A bodyguard, maybe? Sorry, there's no point making you sit through old stories that won't change anything anyway. I'll be the judge of that. As warm and fuzzy as ever, I see. Not that I expect any different. My father, and my family too. The people who failed to keep the president safe. That's all we ever were. That's all we were after that. He threw himself, heart and soul into the investigation. Became obsessed, in other words. Probably the best state of mind in which to undertake an inquiry. Wow, you really don't put up punches, huh? Look, just don't go thinking I'm only doing this because of my dad, okay? That investigation was solid. His work was meticulous. And it was accurate. It always was. He interviewed every single one of his kids. Made sure they told him everything. I wonder if he learned anything of value. Shifu! I know it's rude of me to ask, but can we count off for old time's sake? Just once, I'm begging you. Old time's sake? Seems a little sentimental. Fine. Count off. 1. Really? Sorry, Shifu. It just doesn't feel the same on my own. It's kinda lonely. Well, it shouldn't matter if there is one of you or 100. You may be on your own here right now, but the pack is always with you. So quit whining about being lonely and howl like you mean it. Count off. 1! 1! 1! 1! Is he crying? The tortoise and a hare. Inspired by the children's story, no doubt. The tortoise race to the speedy hare and wins. Alright, time for a K Faraday pop-up pop quiz. Why did the hare lose the race? I'll give you 3 options. I don't need 3 options, Kay. He lost because he stopped to rest and fell asleep. Number 1, the hare's favorite running shoes were stolen by the Yatagarasu. Number 2, the tortoise trained with the Yatagarasu and got so fast that he won. Number 3, the real winner was the Yatagarasu who plotted a surprise secret victory. Those are my only 3 options. Too hard? Alright, I'll give you a hint. The option you're looking for starts with THR. Well, that definitely narrows it down. Well, what's the answer, Di? Three. The real winner is the Yatagarasu, apparently. But I don't remember the ending of the story going that way. Do you, Di? Looks chillier than your chilliest look out here, Malzerino. Somebody might have to warm me up. Could you maybe take this a little more seriously, Mr. Fender? For you, K-Meister, anything. I can't believe this whole sorry tale began right here. Kinda crazy, right? Yes, it is a little. What were Feats and the chairman up to, though? Where were they going with all this? Sure, indeed. I'd very much like to know that myself. And I'd very much like to know when you two are going to admit how much you love your Uncle Eddie. Not anytime soon. Come on, Mr. Fender. You're not taking this seriously at all. He did for about 3 sentences, which is something of a record. What do you want? John, I wonder if you could tell us a little more about the circumstances surrounding your kidnapping. They took you when you went to the garbage disposal area, right? But what were you doing there? Sorry. You don't have to talk for him. He can just ask. No. Hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? I think he's starting to warm to you. I went to the garbage disposal to throw away the flowers that were on this body. It wasn't far, and I figured they'd be less likely to find them there than if I threw them in the garbage can. I tried to get there last night too, but it was locked. So you had to come back today and try again? Yeah, but when I was there, somebody came up behind me and put something over my face. Oh yeah, snoozing is easy 3Z with 3 Z's. The fact that she was drugged with it too doesn't seem to bother her. I guess it's a catchy name. Whoever it was pretty strong, but I never saw their face. I see, thank you. That's very helpful. What can you tell us about the time between when you were kidnapped and when you were found? Not a whole lot, I bet. Moving is easy 3Z with 3 Z's. I remember waking up feeling cold. It was somewhere big, empty, and dark. There were cardboard boxes with some other language written. I figured it must be a storeroom. But it was actually a giant refrigerator. Business used them to keep stuff chilled. That's where Kane Detective Gumshoe found it. Really saved the day. Guess the cooler must have been on till just before I was brought there. Like I said, it was pretty cold. Anyways, they didn't take my phone for so I used that to call for help. See, well, we're all very glad that you found your way back to us safely. But say it like you mean it. Why don't you? It's not the most generous child I've ever met. Reminds me of a certain somebody else, huh? Reminds me of somebody else too, right, Di? Thank you for the subscription. Can I help you, Mr. Edgeworth? I cannot thank you all enough for returning. Found safely to I can hardly bear to imagine how I would have felt if he had not come home. Hey, old man. Hey, old guy. Can't you see you're upsetting her? That was not my intention at all. Look at our little knight in shining armor, defending his mom's honor. Stop! I wouldn't have to do it if you didn't keep... That's enough, Sean. Mr. Edgeworth, you'll allow me. I would like to apologize. I failed in my duty as a servant of... I will not ask you to forgive me. I only ask you to understand that I... Edgar Bell? I don't presume to know the goddess of justice as well as you do. She was a mother, she not? Of other gods and goddesses. Was. Fair judgment requires personal circumstances to be taken into account. I'm sure she would understand. Perhaps Your beloved goddess is more merciful than you give her credit for. What are they even talking about? Don't worry. I don't have a clue either. So things are finally settling down after Warden Lagarde's trial. It seems so. Sentencing is still to come. Guilty verdict should stand. And do not worry, Celsius Winter's connection to the case will be thoroughly investigated. Have faith, Mr. Edgeworth. This is a change. Indeed. He simply had some growing to do. But then, don't we all? They included. Huh? Kind of feel for him now. I said some pretty mean things, but I'll make it up to him next time I get the chance. And I am sure that chance will come. For now, indeed, we need to focus on the case at hand. Al Felden, the man who witnessed the president's kidnapping. Well, what exactly did he see? I based this part of the recreation on some of the crime scene photos. It seems he suffered a blow to the back of the head. Yeah, from the brick right there, they figured it must have been taken from here in the yard. Looks like the blood flowed from the head wound and spread over the surrounding area. Here, a gift for you. This is Mr. Aldone's autopsy report. Mr. Aldone's autopsy report that I jotted down in my organism. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. We're getting close to memorizing this, Di. Somebody dropped the yellow flower here. I think this one symbolizes the desire to steal treasure. Okay, you can't just make these things up. What we can say is that it looks different, looks to be different from all the other flowers in the planter. Huh? So what's it doing here? What indeed? We should examine the planter too. I must be right. Somebody must have stolen it. It's a stolen treasure. Okay. I think this one might actually symbolize the growing anger of a former prosecutor. This cell phone might have belonged to the victim. You're right. Yeah. It says here in the file that Mr. Aldone made a call while he was watching the kidnapping. A call to whom? His girlfriend. Seems he called her when he saw that the president was here. But she didn't pick up, so he left a message. That's in here too, if you want to hear it. Please. Hey, Rosie, me. I guess you're asleep already. Di, which Rosie is he talking about? You know the answer to this one. Anyways, I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird going on. President Wang is here for some reason. There's another. Damn it, the light's out. So I can't quite see, but it looks like he was being kidnapped? What were those sounds at the end? Must have been attacked while he's still on the phone. Agent Lang, can I ask you something? Mr. Eldone's girlfriend, what was her name? Ringer. Rosie Ringer. At least that's what I heard. I thought. Wait, you mean her revenge for what happened 12 years ago? All Miss Ringer was left with were the memories and personal effects of her lover. So, seeking revenge on Chairman Winter, she made her appearance at the dock. So she really was out for revenge on Chairman Winter, wasn't she? Perhaps it was for his suppression of the kidnapping. Or perhaps it was because she thought he was one of the kidnappers. Mr. Eldone's final call data jotted down in my organizer. Footprints were a key part of this case. There was information about the shoes in the file, correct? Yeah, let's see. Their size 12 feet were clean. No corns, no athlete's foot. Beige socks, thermal underwear in the same color. He dressed old guy style. Brighter socks would have already made the outfit pop out. Why not live a little? And that's it for the fashion rundown. Shout out to whoever left these amazing, helpful comments. It sounds like she's breaking the fourth wall. And here I thought it was going to be a plan. Be a plain old investigation report. So the victim was carrying a camera. Oh yeah, according to the file, they recovered a picture. Yeah, here we are. Is that the president, right? Somebody's pointing a gun at him. This must be what Mr. Eldon witnessed. So the person in the trench coat is the kidnapper? Yes, I imagine they were trying to steal their identity. But if Agent Lang's father's theory was correct, the person wearing the trench coat is Warden Lagarde. How come they only found this one picture? He probably wasn't able to take any more before he was attacked. Mr. Eldone's photo data jotted down in my organizer. Alf Eldone, freelance journalist. Killed after witnessing the kidnapping of President Wang. Even in the recreation, it's pretty gruesome, huh? It's even worse than the actual crime scene photo. That's a lot of blood. Seems mostly to have come from the back of his head. As you can see, that area is completely caked. Yeah, the autopsy report says that's where he was hit with the brick. Gee, I imagine his attacker must have snuck up on him behind. Looks as if he's clutching something in his right hand. Oh yeah, they mentioned that in the file somewhere. Let's see. According to this, it was a button. A button? Torn from the attacker's clothing, perhaps? Bloody button data jotted down in my organizer. I think he was from the snowman. This was the brick used in the murder. Brick used in the murder, found by Eldone's body. Did it come from somewhere nearby? There's stuff made of bricks all around the yard here. They probably took it from somewhere nearby, huh? Hey, this arch. We've seen it somewhere before, right? Indeed we have. It's the same one that stands over the entrance of the big building today. But this is supposed to be how things looked 12 years ago, was it? Was it there the whole time? It seems the architect worked the old archway into the structure of the new building. The future is simply the past reheated. I think I heard that somewhere. And for once it seems you might have remembered it correctly. But 12 years is a long time to reheat something for. If it was your lunch, it'd be ruined. An igloo shaped like a bear. The perfect balance of cuteness and scariness. I guess you could call it a big loo. It is quite large. You could probably fit as many as 3 people inside. Yeah, and they could live there for 3 whole years. 3 years? And what about the summer? Wouldn't the igloo melt? Again. Say it again, Miss Edgeworth, please, one more time. Wouldn't the igloo melt? God, you're no fun. Okay. We don't have it. It's a porch swing with an elephant face on it. And beneath it is what appears to be a motor. You know what every dedicated swing team always wonders, don't you? If they can swing all the way over the top and back again. Maybe a motorized swing could finally make that dream come true. Wouldn't that be a little dangerous? And what dream is it, huh? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Sometimes you have to go against the grain. True, but hardly acceptable in this case. Alright, what are we missing? These planters. According to the case files, the yard structures around 3 sides of the orphanage. And there were 3 planters on each side. The yard stretched around 3 sides of the building. There are 3 square planters on each side. So if we look at this map, Di, you see those 3 on the left? Where is that located at? Where do you think that's located at? The empty lot where the Global Studio is using to produce the film. Right? Because the Celsius winner dug 3 areas in that particular shape, remember? Yes, planters arranged in a very particular pattern. One we've seen somewhere before. saying there aren't many flowers, but I guess it was the middle of winter. Yes, well look at that one. It's bright yellow. Weird. How come there's only one? Wait, it looks like somebody dropped it. That's a lion lily. If I'm not very much mistaken, a rare member of the family, Lilaceae. A lion lily, you say? Wait, didn't Judge Cavell give President Wayne some lion lilies? What is the same flower doing here? This can't be a coincidence, can it? I believe this particular cultivar is from Asia, where it's said to symbolize the bond between parent and child. I wasn't aware you were so knowledgeable when it came to flowers, Francisca. But I just told you in common knowledge. Perhaps you just need to read a little more. So, you should be able to piece two things, I believe. So, what do you think? I think I might have given you a hint. Now you'll have to see by Andy if I'm correct, or if you're correct. Because this would actually make a lot more sense, because we don't have any tie-in for the brick used in the murder. Because it could have been off the building, it could have been off the planter, it could have been off the poles in front of the orphanage, like the archway, the entrance. Drop him a line. Spam them if you have to. Get a response back from him, Die? Still nothing, huh? So, that's what our monstrous footprints really were. Wait, what? Recall the arrangement of the prints. Now compare it to that of the planters. Whoa. That's right. I believe the footprints are located exactly where our planters once stood. So Chairman Winter was digging around the front of them? He was. And why might he have been doing that? We have a piece of evidence in our possession that answers exactly that question. Which piece of evidence shows why Chairman Winter might have been digging in front of the planters? He was looking for something. What was he looking for? I don't see anything on page 2. Which page do you want me to go through? Because there's nothing on page 2. We can try and find something on page 2. There might be one thing on here. If you want details of them, tell me. Yeah, that's it for page 3. Norman Fox Lee is following Twitch. Figure it out? One more time, huh? No, this case file isn't really going to help us because we need to find some evidence as to why Chairman Winter was digging in front of the planters. Flower's not going to help us because this only proves that Judge Cavell gave it to President Wang Pa, or President Wang. Yes, it's on this page. There's one piece of evidence on this page.
Take that!
Call, if you will, the report that Warden Lagarde sent to Chairman Winter. The report on Bronco Knight. Sorry. In it, he mentioned something that had been laid to rest in front of the planter. You think she was telling him where to dig? Wait, but why 3 holes? Because the report didn't specify which of the planters she meant. I get it. So he wasn't sure which one it was, which means he had to try and dig up all 3. I imagine so, yes. Poor Chairman Winter. Why go through all the trouble? What was he looking for? We can't tie these together. I don't believe there is any more to be found here. Okay. So we're not at the end of this investigation yet, so what am I missing? Let's check off. These are burn marks on this pillar here. The report says that there was a fire sometime on the event of the incident. A fire? Let's see. Where was it again? Ah! Yeah, one of the orphans set a fire with some kerosene. Some sort of prank, probably. Sound like a lively bunch. Possibly too lively. It seems their antics spoiled our chances of finding any footprints near the entrance of the building. Fire data jotted down in my organizer. Okay. I think that's about all we can learn from the scene for now. Alright. How about I try to show you how things looked earlier in that night? That would be very much appreciated. Could you take us back to the moment at which the victim witnessed the kidnapping? Sure. I used the photograph he took. Here goes nothing. There's Mr. Aldone in the middle of the planter. And there's the president and his kidnapper out by the road. My father based his investigation on the evidence Aldone provided. That was why he thought the kidnapping and the orphanage were connected somehow. And how he wound up suspecting Teacher Lagarde. He was the one running the orphanage at the time. Exactly. But when the case went to trial, Excelsius Winter put a big hole in that theory. He did. Yeah, after all, the president and the kidnapper weren't exactly on the grounds of the orphanage. So it was hard to conclusively prove any kind of connection. So they were never seen inside the gates of the orphanage? Detectives bust a gut to find evidence on the scene. And then prosecutors come along and twist it for their own ends. Winter and Lagarde were working together. They had some kind of deal, I'm sure of it. So you're saying that Chairman Winter was working with the kidnappers? Was Winter involved? Got Lagarde acquitted of the kidnapping. Were they acquaintances? Were they accomplices? Your father was convicted that Lagarde was the culprit, correct? And you say he was gifted and thorough investigator? Then he must have had more to support his theory than just Mr. Aldone's method, apparently. Yeah, he must have. I just don't know what it was. It was exactly a case he liked talking about. Agent Ling's father, DeLong Lang, trusted ally and confined of President Wang. He discovered truths that were subsequently suppressed by Chairman Winter. Our first priority should be to find out what they were. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Hey, that snowman. It was melted in the simulation of the morning after the murder, huh? And that muffler was all wet, and its little brown eye had fallen off. Indeed, it still looks reasonably healthy at this point. Although not entirely, I can see something that's missing. Oh, poor guy. I bet some kid took it as a stupid prank. Not a bad piece of thieving. So, maybe they had potential. You think one of the orphans took it? I'm not so sure. In fact, I think it was grabbed by somebody else entirely. John Wang. He was president of Zhengfa even back then. Does he look any younger? kind of dark. Can't really tell. Indeed, in the situation being what it is, his facial expression is somewhat distorted. I wonder where they took him after that. Don't know right yet. But depending on how our investigation progresses, we may find out soon enough. The president's kidnapper. We should see if we can judge anything based on their appearance. Roger that, Red Leader. Alright, let's have a look at you. First thing to note is that they're holding the president at gunpoint. Trying to look all cool and tough. Waving a pistol around. Wherever it is, they stop. Their coat and hat completely covers the face. So unfortunately, we can't identify them that way. Turning their collar up and pulling their hat down and trying to be all mysterious. I hate this kidnapper, and they seem pretty relaxed. I don't think they're particularly nervous. Yeah, hand in the pocket. Classic show-off move. You suck. You suck. You suck. Hey, that's what? You said to judge them by their appearance. Well, yes, but I didn't mean it like that. Okay, it's time to deduce the snowman. We're going to deduce the snowman. Could this be related to the evidence somehow? So, with what can we deduce this with?
Eureka!
This snowman is missing a certain something, wouldn't you say? Yeah, his right eye. Indeed. Luckily, we managed to locate it. The button Mr. Aldone was holding? Look at that! It's the same type of button as the other eye and everything. And if we suppose that this button was indeed the snowman's missing eye, that presents something of a contradiction. What does the button contradict? To give you a little hint, the middle answer is actually wrong. I will tell you right up front, the middle answer is exactly wrong. So that leaves two answers. The victim was clutching the button, and the button was covered with his blood, which means he must have grabbed it after being attacked. Let's run a little hypothetical, shall we? What if after being struck, Mr. Aldone lost his balance and reached out to grab something to steady himself? Snowman. Snowman wouldn't have supported him, so he would have grasped the button and continued falling. I get it. So you're saying that he was near the snowman when he was attacked? I am. Within arm reach, to be precise. And he's currently nowhere near that close. Right, but his footprints only goes as far as the planter. He never came back this way. What if they weren't his footprints? I think we need to look at all the prints again. Alright. I'll take us back to the scene when Mr. Aldone's body was found. But the footprints on the left definitely matched up with Mr. Aldone's shoes, right? So what's the deal? Let's take another look and see if we can figure it out. Can we really be sure that these are Mr. Eldone's footprints? Well, they're the same size as 12, which is pretty big, and the prints match his shoes. They also go straight to the middle of the planter, where his body was found. But as we've established, when he was attacked, he fell and grabbed the button from the snowman. Well, being a great thief, I know a few contortionist tricks, but that would be way beyond even me. Some average Joe stretching his arm that far, basically impossible. I think we can be reasonably certain that the prints were made by the shoe the victim was wearing. But can we be certain that they were actually the victim's shoes? Perhaps we should take another look at them. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. These shoes, as the case file says, they match the footprint, but... Huh? These aren't the victim's shoes. I'm sure of it. What do you mean? Look at how the laces are tied. Don't they look a little strange to you? What's more, they don't appear to fit properly. Victim's shoes data jotted down in my organizer. So these prints, they go right up to where the victim was found, and they stop right by his feet. But they didn't actually belong to him. So are the prints by his head his? The ones that lead away and come back? No, I don't think so. They're too small. So neither set belongs to him? Then how did he get here? That's easy enough. He didn't walk. He was carried by the killer. The body was moved. There are signs indicating that Eldone's body has been moved from elsewhere. So then where did the murder take place? Was it really over by the snowman as we suspected? I think Mr. Eldone's body was moved. How else do we explain the button clutched in his hand? And that would suggest that he was killed somewhere near the snowman. I better take a closer look. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Poor snowman. He's not looking good. Can't be helped. Snow and ice eventually melt. It's just how it is. And so do mysteries. All we have to do is wait. The snowman of this case will melt into the clear water. All you have to do is wait, Kay. I have to work to solve those mysteries. Size 9 footprints going towards the body and away from it. The case file says they must have belonged to the murderer. They grow fainter as they get closer to the orphanage gate. That's just because there's less snow over here now. Because that, as it may, certainly doesn't help in matching the prints up to the name and face. Ah. Huh? Look, there's a brick missing here. Missing brick. One of the bricks from near the snowman is missing. The rest of the brickwork looks fine. Strange that just this one is missing. Okay. Now we can piece... There's two things that we know we can piece together. The rest of them, not entirely sure. So which two are you going to piece together? this one we know is going to connect. It seems quite likely that the missing brick was the one used in the murder, wouldn't you say? Brick by Snowman. Brick used in Aldone's murder was taken from right next to the snowman. Oh yeah, now that you mention it, they're the exact same shape and size. Okay. I don't think... we have any more pieces to put together. But we're going to eventually have to put more together. So we're going to go back and find more pieces. Oh, so you want to know all about Little Thief's exciting new features, huh? I'm not sure I do it. Hey, don't be like that. Just sit back and feast your eyes on what I have to tell you. Little Thief allows the user to recreate a scene in a bunch of different and super interesting ways. So you were going to tell me no matter what I answered? At the moment, we've got a recreation based on the original police report, and another based on what we learned from Mr. Aldone's voice. Anytime you want to switch between the two, just say the word. You want me to show you the scene as described in Mr. Aldone's voicemail, right? Okay, let's take another look at how things were when the president was kidnapped. And there we have it. I see one. Wow. A kidnapping, a murder, and now a fire. There's too much going on here. I can't keep up. The fire was started earlier in the morning of the incident, if I remember roughly. Or the kidnapping and the murder, in other words. Does that mean something? The timing of the fire, I mean? I wonder if it might, yeah. Is there something here that can't be correct? Did the fire actually happen first? I should take another look at the evidence, the effects of the fire on the crime scene, and compare it to the evidence. Okay. Aldone took his picture of the president's kidnapping here, and then Rosie Ringer called, by which point his killer must have already been approaching from behind, with a brick in their hand ready to strike. Planter. Put in the case file, the yard stretched across 3 sides of the orphanage. And there were 3 planters on each side. Yes, planter arranged in a very particular pattern. One we've seen somewhere before. Shame there aren't many flowers, but I guess it was the middle of the winter. Yeah, but look at that one, bright yellow. Weird, how come there's only one? Wait, looks like somebody dropped it. That's a lion lily, if I'm not very much mistaken. A rare member of the family, Lila species. A lion lily, you say? Wait, didn't Jezebel give President Wang some lion lilies? Why is the same flower doing here? This can't be a coincidence, can it? I believe this particular cultivar is from Asia, where it's said to symbolize the bond between a parent and child. I wasn't aware you were so knowledgeable when it came to flowers, Franziska. What I just told you is common knowledge. Perhaps you just need to read a little more. Ah. There's a burn mark on this pillar here. The report says there was a fire sometime on these things. A fire? See. What was it again? Ah. Yeah, one of the orphans set a fire with kerosene. Some sort of prank, probably. They sound like a lively bunch. Probably too lively. Seems their antics spoiled our chances of finding any footprints near the entrance of the building. So this is was how things looked right before the president was presumably led away at gunpoint. He seemed super strong, but he still wasn't a match for a gun, huh? Indeed, Mr. Aldone captured this little scene on camera from over by the plant. But if he did, then how? How could he have grabbed that button off of the snowman if he was all the way over there? Precisely. I think we need to look at the situation again at a different point of view. I think Mr. Dillon's body was moved. How else do we explain the button clutched in his hand? That would suggest that he was killed somewhere near the snowman. I don't believe there's any more to be found here. The snowman with one missing eye. It comes up to about my shoulder. That's a super heavyweight contender right there. Those kids weren't messing around. Never mind its weight and size. I think we need some slightly more in-depth analysis. Well, it has a bucket for a hat, button for eyes, and a nice fluffy muffler. The full snowman uniform. And it looks like it can wait for me to punch and kick it into 1,000 tiny snowman pieces. Perhaps it would, if we could, keep things a little less messy, a little less subjective, okay? Alright, well, we're going to try to see if we can't piece things together. Because I can't think of anything else to find other than piecing things together. So, what are we piecing together? And we'll see if we're correct by you asking Andy for the answer. I can only think of two right now. I can only think of two. Well, we can't use this yet. We can't use this yet because we're not entirely sure what this is connected to. Neither can we use this because we're not entirely sure what's it connected to. However, we could probably try this one, see if it connects. So if you want to go and ask Andy if that's correct, you can go ask him. Because in my theory, this kind of does prove that the body was moved. Because if he was struck at the snowman, he was carried over to the flower beds. Did he answer you back? Not yet? Maybe you can spam him. Still nothing, huh? We'll see if I'm correct. I think we have to conclude that the murder actually happened over by the snowman. Right. The button came from there. And the brick too. Indeed. And what's more, if the murderer took the brick from right by the snowman, and then tried to sneak us up on the victim all the way over by the planters, Mr. Aldone would have seen them right away. Exactly. I think we need to update the simulation, Kay. Mr. Aldone wasn't standing by the planter. He was next to the snowman. Gotcha. Alright, here goes. Yeah, no matter how you look at it, this just doesn't work, huh? Indeed, everybody who was present is in the exact same spot. So, where did we go wrong? One of the pieces of evidence on which we based our simulation must be the source of the problem. What if one of them was fake somehow? But which one was it? Well, this one should be pretty easy to figure out. And I'm sure you can figure this one out. Page 3, there's nothing on page 3 we can use. We have a page 4, and I know there's one piece of evidence on page 4 we can use. No, the shoes aren't going to help us. We have to figure out what was fake, because their recreation set L down with the president and the murderer, or the kidnapper. Which one has been faked? The fire was not fake. That fire was actually real. But that would not affect the simulation, even if it was fake.
Take that!
Can we really be certain that this picture was taken by Mr. Aldone? What do you mean? We know that whoever killed him moved his body. But why would they have done that? What if they wanted to make it seem like he saw something he didn't? And then they took the photo to help back up the lie? They had the president at gunpoint. They would easily have forced him to pose for the picture. He would have no choice but to comply. Hey, now that you mention it, they only recovered one photo from Mr. Aldone's camera, right? Indeed, I imagine his killer probably removed the film that was already in there, then replaced it with another, thereby ensuring that the only picture found was the one they staged. Yeah, that makes total sense. So this picture was actually taken after Mr. Aldone was killed. No way. Mr. Aldone's photograph data jotted down in my organizer. And there you have it. The picture doesn't show what Mr. Aldone saw at all. It seems highly likely that it was simply staged to make us believe that was the case. Wait, so where was the president when Mr. Aldone thought he saw him being kidnapped? Luckily, the photograph isn't the only piece of evidence we can use to try and figure that out. Oh yeah, he left the voicemail too. He did. I think we should listen back to it one more time, don't you? This is surely the only place where the president and his kidnapper could have been standing. Alright. Where do you think they were standing? No, not the left side of the entrance. Not here. They weren't standing here at all.
Take that!
Recall this statement from Mr. Aldone's voicemail. Damn it, the light's out. Two of the lights here in the yard are broken. Yeah, he must have been talking about the one over by the building. Alright, could you update the simulation to reflect everything we've learned? Sure! And there we have it. The kidnapper was really standing over by the building. Yeah, which would certainly have strengthened the theory that they were connected to the orphanage. So they moved the body and staged the photograph to distort the picture painted by the voicemail, which helped them undermine the idea that the orphanage was involved when the case went to trial. Well, that certainly changes what this particular part of the simulation tells us. I imagine it would also affect our understanding of the scene from when the body was found. Okay, one way to find out. Ready to make that jump? Switch between the two recreations. I need to first press X to talk with K. And then select switch recreation. I'll give it a try later when I need it. Fortunately, that's what we have to do. So this is where Mr. Aldone was really met his fate. But he was moved in order to make this scene consistent with the staged photo. Over to the top, over to the spot between the plants. So the footprints, the fact that they go over there and back, come back, yes, I think that tells us something important. That they were left by whoever carried him over there. Scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Blood on the snow, a lot of it. Certainly looks as if a murder occurred here, doesn't it? Wait. But we just figured out that Mr. O'Donnell was killed over by the snowman, right? Yeah. I think this blood might belong to somebody else. What? But the police report said the blood was Mr. Aldone. May I remind you that the case was overseen by Chairman Winter? The man would have had no scruples about altering the official record over something this small. But then, why go to all the trouble? Couldn't he have just cleaned up the blood instead? He wasn't able to. Think about it. He knew that this was where the police would find Mr. O'Donnell's body. They knew that the police would have certain scientific methods at their disposal to look for clues. Oh, you mean luminol. Yeah, they would have found traces of blood if they used that for sure. Exactly. He wouldn't have been able to clean it up to the point where it was undetectable. Far easier to falsify the results of any such test when they came back in. It would simply have been a matter of replacing the official results with a doctored copy. Eesh. So we've been looking at a forgery this whole time? That sucks! Wait, but it says Mr. O'Donnell's clothes were covered with blood too. It does, and if they were, which means entirely believable, it suggests that whoever's blood this is, it wasn't yet dry when Mr. O'Donnell's body was placed here. I get it. Which means that the other person's blood was spilled not long before Mr. O'Donnell was killed. I think it does, yes. But that's the case. What does this... Doesn't that present something of a contradiction? The serious blood stain data jotted down in my organizer. So whose blood is it? That is the question. The body where it should be now, over by the snowman. Kind of sad nobody being here anymore, huh? Okay, not even slightly. Now that the body has been gone, there may be new clues for us to discover. Let's go over the scene with a fine-tooth comb once more. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. Somebody dropped the yellow flower. It's a lion lily, right? According to Francesca, yes. They're originally from Asia, if I recall correctly. Yep, and she said it symbolized the pond being painted or tied, right? The bond between a parent and a child, Kay! There was a bond between parent and child, Kay! Okay. So, I'm deducing. So, I'm not entirely sure which one I'm deducing at this point, because it's been a long time since I played this. Almost, 4 years ago. So, Guy, which do you think I should deduce? And if you're not entirely sure, you can ask Andy. I'm not entirely sure if I need to deduce the flower, because I don't think I have any evidence to deduce the flower. Does this be related to the evidence somehow? Now you gotta figure out what piece of evidence. So what do you think, Di? It's not going to be the bouquet. Because this bouquet is in the present. That flower is in the past. Remember that, okay? We're doing stuff in the past. We're doing stuff back in 2006. So this flower was given to the president in 2018. Okay? So think about that, okay? We're investigating a scene that happened back in 2006, which would be 12 years ago. We'll go through the 4th page because you got a piece of evidence on the 4th page. Why? They simplified it in this one. They fixed it. That? What do you mean that? No, it's not going to be the blood stain. I can already show you it's not going to be the blood stain. Nope, it's not going to be the button. The button is already cleared and figured out and solved. It belonged to the snowman. That's enough said. We're figuring out the lion lily. Kate's not gonna help us. Matter of fact, the tape, it literally just says, "Hey Rosie, it's me. I guess you're asleep already anyway. I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird's going on. President Wang is here for some reason. And there's another. Damn it, the light's out. So I can't quite see. But it looked like he was being kidnapped. Anyways, probably nothing, but I thought I should let you know." Not gonna be the shoes. Right now, the shoes are on the victim's feet.
Eureka!
Andy said it was a fire, but it looks like it's wrong. This piece of evidence clearly contradicts what we're seeing. Oh, it does? Can't wait to hear this. Contradicts it how? Like this? You don't know. You can just say you don't know, you know. I better... The snow was melted by the fire, right? And when did the fire happen? We need to take another look and think about this. So, we don't deduce the flower. See, he got us wrong. Could this be related to the evidence somehow?
Eureka!
There's a clear contradiction here. Huh? In the blood stain? The blood is clearly cut off where the snow was, melted by the fire. Which means that the blood in question was spilled before the fire was started. Huh? But the fire happened before the morning, no? If we chose to believe the case file, yes. But if the fire was actually set after what happened here, the kid who lit it must have seen something. Then why isn't there a witness statement? Because that would have changed Chairman Winter's version of the event. We need to know more about this fire. You. Yes, Shifu. The fire might have been reported to the police, which means there might be a record of it. Go see if they have anything and bring everything you find back here right away. Understood, Shifu. I'll get right on it. One more thing. What is it, Shifu? Contact my family back in Zhengfa. Tell them to search my father's office. There should be something there related to this case. There should? What kind of something exactly? I told you I'd seen this scene somewhere before, didn't I? Well, I remembered where. It was in my father's office. He had a picture of it, or at least of something very much like it. What? It looked like it was drawn by a child. Possibly a child from the orphanage. Possibly even the child who set the fire. It should still be there somewhere. Tell them to send it right away. Yes, Shifu. Okay, what do I do now? Done with this scene? Now we're back to this scene. There's no mistaking. This is where Mr. Aldone actually took his picture. Before being attacked by the murderer with a brick from the planter just behind them. After being attacked, he collapsed, grabbing the snowman's right eye as he fell. Which means his body would have been here at first, and not where we thought it was before. See, we should examine the area where we previously thought it fell to. So this is where Mr. Aldone actually saw the president and his kidnapper. Yes. Which pretty clearly suggests a link between the kidnapping and the orphanage. You can see why so much trouble was taken to suggest that it happened elsewhere. Yeah, they put some really dirty tricks there. Taking a photo like that, that's just cheating. Not to mention disposing of Mr. Aldone's camera film and forcing the president to pose at gunpoint. They must have put in some new film and staged the photo immediately afterwards. If Chairman Winner was involved, he could have changed or hidden other evidence as well. It certainly doesn't help that the SS5 case file was classified until just recently. Yes, but he's behind bars now, and the truth is coming out at last. Gee. Although much still remains unclear. We need to look very closely at the differences between this and the previous simulation. I think we already did that, but I still don't see any other clues. And I don't think we have any more of these to connect. These, I don't think, will connect. Not certain that these will connect. They do connect. They do connect. If Chairman Winner was involved in President Wang's abduction, then it seems likely that whatever he dug up yesterday had something to do with the kidnapping. Oh, I get it. You do? You bet I do. We're talking about treasure, right? Loot. He must have been digging up the ransom money. Ransom money? $100 million is an awful lot of cash. Burying it would have been a good way to keep it hidden until the heat died down. It certainly seems like a possibility. Glad you agree. Monster footprint data updated in my organizer. Shifu, I'm back. I brought everything the police had on the fire, and I also brought the picture from your father's office. Oh, and one more thing. One about time. What got you, huh? Well, hand it over. Let's take a look at this mysterious picture, shall we? This is it. This is the picture I remembered. Could this be a deception of something that happened on the night of the incident? Cling, 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 cling. You know who that is, Di, don't ya? Yeah. It sure looks like a kid drew it, huh? Kid has some really good skills. Yeah, and I'm willing to bet it's the work of the child to set the fire. Child drawing data jotted down in my organizer. Hey, Gru. Skifu, there's a... What now? Look, you'll have to wait, okay? Well, Mr. Prosecutor? Why do you think my father kept this? I imagine he acquired it at some point during his investigation. Although I have no idea why he would have chosen to keep it to himself. Could we see the case file for the fire, too? Sure, here. If you'll just give me a moment to read it through it. Seems the boy who started the fire snuck out of bed on the evening of the incident. Then disappeared several days later. What? Must have been because he saw something, right? No! A kid? Really? That's horrible! Let's see what the file's added. No. File isn't added. But sadly, not unimaginable. Huh? Looks like the kid left something behind that was put into evidence. Huh. What's this? That. What's it doing in the case file? What is it, Mr. Prosecutor? Have you seen this somewhere before? Something very much like it, yes. We have a piece of evidence that could, well, be connected. Which item of evidence relates to the item the boy left behind? You know this, don't you, Di? The Torosaurus plushie.
Take that!
I don't know what it was doing in the evidence for this case, but it looks like might be the missing horn for this stuffed toy. Hey, that was President Wang. You've seen it before? Of course. He always kept it somewhere close by. I remember it because of the missing piece. See, the special device inside that plays recorded sound when you twist the horn. Hey, do you think maybe putting the horn back on might unlock more recordings? Huh. Never know. The toy itself should still be up on the 51st floor. Hey, you are the man. Yes, Shifu. I'll go fetch it right away. Here it is, Shifu. The Torosaurus doll. Just like you asked. Good work. Hand it to the prosecutor over there. Oh. Does the horn found at the orphanage fit the president's foot? It fits perfectly! And any more recording on there? Hi, John. Sorry. No, it's better. I didn't know whether I should get in touch at all, but in the end I decided I had overruled. Turn it off right now! What's gotten into Judge Gavelle? Are you okay? Just turn it off, please! You see, I had a baby. A beautiful little boy. You're a beautiful little boy. I'm sorry that's pretty much all I wanted to tell you. Oh. Except, I called him Sean. Sean Ben. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think? No! Ben? A kid? And also that. I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the night. I thought you could use it. Even if it's only just... I know you're very busy. But... Anyway... That's... Goodbye. What? He was my dad? Sorry, son. Care to explain what the heck is going on, Gavel? Isn't my biological son. I adopted him. And he was aware of this? Yes, of course. His mother, Amelie Fenn, he died 5 years ago. We're cousins. But we were also friends, the best of friends. People often mistook us for sisters. So, died. It seemed only natural. That Sean should come and live with me. Of course. We had to keep his father's identity secret. They decided it's the best way to do that, for him never to know her. I'll be honest with you, that's always a bad thing to do for a child. Because they're going to always wonder who their real parents are. And keeping that hidden is always bad. If I ever adopted a child, I would wait until they're like 8 or 9 years old, and I would say, hey, we got to talk. We're going to talk about your family, your biological parent, okay? I wouldn't hide the fact that they were adopted, because I would tell that as soon as they were able to understand that they were adopted. But I would explain to them who their parents were. At a certain age, like 8 years old, where they're more capable of understanding why they were adopted. That's quite a lot to learn from a recording made on a seemingly innocent toy. Yes, Sean's mother must have recorded the message and sent the plushie to the president. Hey. Sean? You're sure he was really my dad? Yes, I'm sure. When you were born, your mother worked for a time as a diplomat in Zingfa. Makes sense. That line of work might well have brought her into contact with the president. What? You told me she worked at the orphanage. Yeah, but only after she returned. After she quit the diplomatic service. Always loved helping others. The orphanage is perfect.
Knuckle back!
Sorry, Judge Cavell, but I have to ask. Amelie, the lady who asked the president to come, why didn't she show up herself? Why isn't she anywhere in the files related to the SS5 incident? Never made it to the rendezvous that night. Someone was tailing him. I'll bet that was Chairman Winter's doing. So sadly, we can't prove it. Because she couldn't make it. She never saw the president again. He died 5 years ago. Can't be easy for Sean. Hey, John? Are you thirsty? We could go get a soda. My treat, okay? Come on. I think I saw a vending machine over. I think I can buy it. You think I can't buy myself a soda? This is important, and it's about me. I'm staying. Oh, that didn't work at all. Sean, perhaps now you can guess why I'm president. So that's it. That was the big secret. I wanted to tell him face to face. You're gone. Also that you were alive and well. More than. But I. Makes sense now. No wonder Judge Gavelle was so keen to avoid sharing the details of their meeting. Yeah, he would have had to share the truth about Sean, too. I took the lion lilies. So there will be no doubt that I knew Amelie, and that I knew her well. These flowers bore a special significance for the two of them, you see. President Wang gave Amelia a bouquet of lion lilies in the early days of their romance. But now, he too is dead. Only he had said. Sean might finally have been able to get to know him. Chifu, I've been waiting for the right time to say this, but what? What is it? You've been hovering there this whole time. Can it wait? They sent something else from Zengfa. President Wang's will. What? President's will, huh? He gave my father medal after medal. They had to come up with new ones just for him. In the end, there were no medals left to give. So he made us the keepers of his last will and testament. Those medals, that duty, they're our greatest pride, our family jewels. What? What is it, Agent Lang? Does it have anything to do with our current case? You could say that. Seems he was planning on publicly announcing Sean as his son. Sean's name appears in the president's will. And we're certain that the document is authentic? That President Wang wrote it himself? Sure we are. It's old, but it's real. My family took charge of it back before the SS5 incident happened. Don't want to analyze it back home to be sure, but I stick my name on it being the genuine article. Wang was renowned world leader. A child nobody knew about would have been sure to cause a stir. And yet he chose to mention the child in his will nonetheless. Well, that's that, I guess. Still can't quite believe it, but the president confirmed it with his own hand. There's no denying it. Sean, you're President Wang's son. Sean! Sean! What a bombshell was that, Hyundai? So we got a couple of bombshells that fell onto us in this. So we learned that Sean is the adopted son to Judge Cavell. And then we just learned that Sean is the son to President Wang. But we got more bombshells that's going to be falling on us in the later parts. I think we have 2 parts left. We might. Anyways, Apollo Justice is going to definitely start in April. Yes, they are getting long. Apollo Justice will not be as long as this. Dual Destiny and Spirit of Justice may. And when I get done with those 2 games, Andy is going to be doing the Great Ace Attorney. Though I don't know what day he's going to be doing them. And I'm going to make him voice those characters because it'll be the first time he streamed those games. Miles Edgeworth and Prosecutor's Gambit. They're the first time I streamed them because Andy did the other one. Who knows? Maybe next time when we do these again, Andy's going to do the main series and Miles Edgeworth voicing them, and I go back and do Great Ace Attorney and voice those. We'll see. Who knows? But that's a long ways in the future. All right. Okay. So there's a little bit of updates I'm going to die up again until I get a battery for my laptop. I won't be doing raid. It'll be handled by Andy when he does his raid. So tomorrow there's not going to be any football games. I made that decision. Grocery Store Simulator tomorrow. Wednesday is going to be possibly I'm going to say 3, Thursday 4. Wednesday night is going to be Dot Hack. Thursday night is going to be The Sims 2. Friday is going to be The Sims 3, and then Andy takes over. We're taking a week off from the PFL. We're going to do we got a lot of work to start up the regular season anyways. We're going to start up the regular season on Thursday. So it's Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So that's the way it's going to be throughout the rest of the season. Bye weeks, we could lose a day. It could be a Thursday, it could be a Sunday, it depends. It depends on how the schedule works. And then we go from there. The Sims 2 and The Sims 3, of course, by the time we reach June, they should be ending. And then we should be going back to streaming RPG Maker on the channel. Discord streams are going to still continue. I thought about doing something special in the Discord streams. I thought about streaming Garth Brooks. Looney's still working on a trailer. How much has he done? Or hasn't he told you that yet? I'm still waiting for feedback. Because there were a lot of play testers we ended up giving to, and I haven't gotten feedback from them. So yeah, it looks like we're going to be starting a Call of Justice possibly late April or early April, depending on when this ends. I believe there's about 2 or 3 parts left of this. Being so long. He's got to cut it down to at least 1 minute, okay? So there's a lot of things that he's going to be probably dumping. Most of it's going to be cutscenes, any spoilers that is going to reveal secrets about the game. It's more of it like a teaser trailer. It shows a little bit of gameplay. It shows a little bit of the map. If there's any dialogue, there's probably dialogue that gives out tips on how to play the game or what to look for in the game. Nothing that's going to spoil the game too much in the trailer. So I'm hoping he used as much. And I don't really want him to go under 1 minute. If he goes a little bit over a minute, that's fine. It doesn't matter. Okay. That's good. If I had the extra money, I'd pay him for it, but sadly, I don't have the extra money. If I did, I'd still probably end up paying him for his work, because he does a lot of work for the channel, and I appreciate everything that he does for it. I appreciate all the work that you do. I told you, if I ever get to where I make a little bit more money and a substantial amount of money, I would pay you. I would have to figure out how to pay you. It would have to be, if you have PayPal, I would have to go through PayPal to send you money. But once we get to where I can establish a great financial balance in what I'm doing, the pay will have to. But as long as you guys like what you're doing and you guys are, because I don't give you guys a demo. Unless it's like, say a thumbnail has to be done within the next couple of days or something like that, I will be like, oh, I'll get it done for you in 24 hours. Alright, well, that's going to be it for me for